Hello, everyone. Anyone who has been supporting my channel, I really appreciate it. I've been doing my best with these lives to cover this court case, and I've had a few hiccups. So I just wanted to apologize for some of those hiccups. I guess there was no sound on one. I lost power on another one. I've had a lot of issues, and this is all new to me. So I just appreciate your patience. Try to bring you, all I can. I guess yesterday's testimony with the doctor was super long. That was really, oh man, I don't even know what to say about that. That was something. But I guess we're gonna see if Leticia decides that she wants to take the stand. She wanted to wait till after the doctor's testimony, so I'm going to guess that she may very well take the stand because she's probably feeling defensive over that statement with yes, I believe, or yes, she killed Gannon. I forget her exact words verbatim, but she may feel the need to explain what she feels wasn't properly explained yesterday. I guess we'll see. She's pretty narcissistic, so who knows? Um, I'm not a psychologist and or a psychiatrist. I don't know what is wrong with this person. However, I don't know, but she reminds me more of someone who may have used methamphetamine. I wonder if that was ever looked at because there is a real phenomenon where people use methamphetamine and they get like schizophrenic behavior. So who knows? But from the inception of this case, the way she spoke, her mannerisms, just a lot kind of spoke meth to me. That's just my amateur opinion. I'm just nobody, so I don't know. I don't know what you guys think. You can let me know in the comments. I didn't turn on comments for the lives only because they become distracting and I'm not able to stay with my system here for the whole time it's recording the whole day. I have, other appointments and things I have to do. And I'm just a small YouTuber. I just have pretty much my laptop. Uh, I've seen other YouTubers, they got studios and two computers and all kinds of control stuff and microphones. And yeah, I don't have any of that, unfortunately. So um, I don't know how that stuff works. I did try to set up a timer to help with some of this, but when I did, I set it up for, whatever time. I think it was 11 in my time zone because court starts at 9 a.m. in Colorado. And for whatever reason, it put it for like 3 o'clock. I don't know where it got that number from, but it does its own thing. So I have a lot of work to do on figuring this out. Nobody showed me, so I've been kind of doing it on my own. But with time, hopefully it gets a little bit better. I try to bring you the court proceedings, uninterrupted, no commentary. I'll give you a little commentary here because it's a little early, but I mean, what's the point? You're going to hear the testimony. You have to think about it yourself, and it can be discussed afterwards. Let's hear it all and see what's going on. There's a lot of cases right now going on. I'm going to have a lot of new content coming. Brian Koberger's case is coming up in June. Uh, I really haven't covered much on it because it's so much speculation. Oh my God. Like every time somebody utters his name, 50 YouTubes come out. Oh my God, Bethany. Oh my God, there's a motion file. I'm not that kind of content creator. I like to give you the facts. So I want to wait and see what the facts are and then talk about them and bring them to you so we have, real information. I covered a video with Brian on Brian Koberger, and I mentioned, when he was caught about the case near him in Stroudsburg. Dana Smithers had gone missing, and I felt that that was a possible, could have been a possible crime, that if in fact this guy is some sort of a wannabe or serial killer, could be tied to. Her body was recently found in a wooded area off the road there in Pennsylvania. So my prayers go out to her family. But I do want to cover more of that. Also, we have another Ryan Walsh in Massachusetts, who killed his wife. Um, I know he's innocent until proven guilty, but my God, it's not looking good at all. Not even a little bit. So I'll be covering him as well. We have um, a case out of Georgia, Leilani Smith, who murdered her little boy. There's so many cases, so I will be getting new content out. Also, my friend who's missing, Joanne Dudek, she's missing out of Phoenix, Arizona. If you haven't seen that, check that out. Um, she's been missing since November the 13th under pretty suspicious circumstances. I was able to speak with her daughter, and I put a video out about that. A lot of the information given to me by her was given in previous videos. What she wanted out to the public was she wanted the message to be for her mom to come home. Now, I would love to see that, but it's not looking good at 5 months and no sign of Joanne. Her husband recently passed away. I believe it was April 7th, almost a month. And that's pretty odd as well. But it happened, and he's no longer with us. Um, and we don't know where Joanne is. But lots of strange details with that case. Her daughter, maintains that she left on her own and hasn't been seen. I guess we will have to wait and see what transpires with that, but I will be putting more content out on that as well. For now, we're concentrating on Gannon, little boy who so tragically lost his life to this woman. I believe, um, truly believe. I think most of us believe she's guilty, based on the evidence so far. For what? I don't know what you guys think, but so far it looks like she, to me, like I believe she may have been on drugs. I don't know if that's valid. I don't know if that's ever been brought up. And I think that she had a lot of resentment toward his mother and her interactions with the kids, and the fact that she was angry with her husband. I feel she was just vengeful. She was mad that she had to actually take responsibility and take care of the house and the kids. And somehow it seems like she had super vengeful anger toward the mom of this young man. Um, that she had to do, her work. That's the vibe I get from this. I mean, who does that to a little kid? Who does that to anybody? But I mean, really, a little boy who was doing nothing, and to hear him, you know, cry out in the audio is just heartbreaking. She says about a candle, she got angry, whatever. I doubt that. She didn't even sound that angry about the candle, if in fact he really knocked it over or what the deal was. Um, I just think it's just horrific. This is the world that we live in today, where people are just annihilating little children. There was recently a case out of Louisiana where another stepmom killed a 6-year-old little girl and placed her body in a bucket and lived around the block from the child's biological mother and put the bucket on the mom's front lawn. I mean, so horrific, so sick to even think about. And this is what's happening today in society. And I don't know how we turned here and got so dark and so evil and so left in this country. I don't know if this is happening in other countries, but somehow I don't think like this. This is just unbelievable. Every day you turn the headline and somebody's killed another child, whether it be a step parent, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a parent. It's just awful. Um, I guess we just need to stay vigilant. If you see something, say something. And be persistent. If you're not getting the results that you think you should be getting, scream from the mountaintops. I mean, get the schools involved, do whatever, because we've seen so many cases where children are being abused, truly being abused, not just, oh, well, I'm mad. I heard that lady yell at her kid. She's abusive. I'm talking about bruises and marks and, real problems. Kids looking like they're starving. Um, those things really need attention. And if you really believe that, and know that something bad is happening to a child, you need to really step it up. Don't let it go, because we've seen where CPS has come and they've done nothing. All right, court's in session. Have a great day and enjoy.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358 versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Counsel approach, please. All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't, and I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time, and now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. I would make
Go ahead.
motions for judgment of acquittal on all charges, specifically for first degree murder premeditation. There has been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Okay. Prosecution?
Your Honor, there's been more than enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count one, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a one-bedroom, one-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt. And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially, jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes. Mr. Cook is retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do we know where she is? Or how far away?
They're in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so, something like that. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then until we have Dr. Lewis.
All right.
1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. We do have our witness on the stand, Dr. Lewis. I would just remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. I'll tell you what's going on with our one juror. Just keep an eye on it. I'll try and watch and see if she. All rise for the jury, please. Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Good morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
Doing okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but
Oh,
we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything, just
If I do, I'll let you know.
okay. All right. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know. I have never seen it. And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that, where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, very, very well respected psychiatrist wrote about it, and it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
No, I don't. Wait one moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro?
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making that where I agreed to assist them. But I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath?
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
Right.
is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There is a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The
But I
original.
did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociative identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe
well-
that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No, that
wouldn't mean anything to you?
Well, that alone, no, that's very little bit. However, if you let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where well, we've found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used, and that was used at different times.
And so, if I could, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times. I have no recollection of what happened. and there's no explanation of.
I'm sorry.
Cell
Yeah.
phones off, please.
I think it may be.
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
I think it might be, I mean, I can
Okay.
assist.
All right.
Mozart.
It's very nice. Yeah, can you turn it silent?
I'm trying to find it.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's,
I'm gonna give it to Eric.
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last
I'll
question.
re-ask it. You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about LETECIA that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that yesterday.
Can you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what, was it in an interview or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so. And I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X
Yes.
amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes.
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's pretty significant.
I think so, yes. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
as far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Um, oh, here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have LETECIA
Yes,
notes.
Dr. Lewis,
relatives.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no. Um, Again, these are simply what I took and labeled LETECIA notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, LETECIA called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times and you know that you need to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert to the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
You have
I,
obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, if that's the only corroboration you have, why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, gee, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh, yeah, she was in an altered state, when no, she was in an unmarried state, or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well,
Is it
here,
significant to you
yeah.
that family members, including her daughter, Harley Hunt, her husband, Al Stout, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities?
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways things are asked, make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody knows.
Before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had disassociative.
That specifically,
Yes.
I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting, and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said
I think we got what
she
your
told
note
herself
says,
that.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh, yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters.
Okay, let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Miss Stout drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw a clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know, I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I've seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented, and I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas, and so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way. so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is the section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time. But
Did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? Pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you
no.
know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Did you review the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and then pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stout took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done, no.
Okay, if I can just have a second. For the clock test that Dr. Torres did. Something else. Yeah, okay. Here, may I retrieve an exhibit? It's People's 736.
You may. Recall it. It's in a-
Where it's at.
it's in a single sleeve, if I remember right.
Fair.
How about that, Dr. Lewis? We've got a couple exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to, here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show
Yeah,
you what is
yeah.
exhibit
Yeah.
736, okay? Do you see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock and, what did she say? Draw a clock, 10 past, what is it, 10 past 11? No, it's,
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. And I am puzzled by this phenomenon and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, when we're
and-
talking about insanity, doctor, we're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime and
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time?
Yes,
Like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
and before and during. It changed there. I was with her. And when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay, I'm
I
going to
don't-
stop you again,
yeah.
doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it. Yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching.
Colorado, correct?
I don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
It's misrepresenting the evidence. He was questioned about a bookcase that fell in 2011 that's supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. The objection is overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it, to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be.
Well, if she was examined by a sane nurse and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries, would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel, because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist. But
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the other side of the skull.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay? In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic
I'm
that
talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There are many different
Let's
concepts.
just stick to this
Yeah.
hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends. And
It's okay
insanity.
to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no, all that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is. And, you could have given another story and I would have agreed with it or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How did you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
Well-
I'll buy that could be one. Sure.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. you would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Right?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and render an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? How describe that? How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of quote, sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
Said it on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you could get that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No.
Think that would be important to look at? What she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't. I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever. But
Yeah,
I don't recall it.
Not a problem. We don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old, saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. So that's the part of that I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Well, do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? You talked about it on
Yeah.
a little bit. Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes,
We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
the rest of the text. If you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, I'll say.
Yeah.
So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed lackey, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she's isn't stupid. There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Could it be that you just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day? She didn't want to go to work?
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math. Okay.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. One person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that, so that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be doing.
I don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stout, saying, hey, don't let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Sick, he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir. Could
The fact
you?
that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar. It's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill, blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying? Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stout. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts. Yeah.
And they take Al Stout's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that actually I thought it was her truck. Could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. You see sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing. But again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say this is what we're seeing now. So that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decided to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that
Maybe.
buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know, and I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents.
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's.
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving the Petco again?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving the Petco again that day?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two. But I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No,
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing. And
I'm just asking if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds.
Right.
And a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah. Some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So there
Fighting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already talked about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was a kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him.
Well,
That
let me-
I don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur, where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this. I
Okay,
can
well,
only
let's,
say there are at least two possibilities.
let's move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
Fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e. some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But,
Well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball bat. Remember writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the 4 themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the.
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him and that he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use it and reflection? It's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was, I could see a gun in my hand, and I do not know what was going through her head or why there was a gun or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that it's.
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't know
understanding.
that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with
I
regards
think
to.
that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
Well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
it would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase after?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Ann's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. You've seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. And went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly
When someone's
sounds
in a
out of
psychotic-
touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that or that this is what the status is. That, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she has reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic.
Well, and just
Did
this,
she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened? Uh,
well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembers. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband, at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. Yeah. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing and putting in the suitcase, hide him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking. This is
No, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and Al and her went home. That's what happened. What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. You know, this is a good time to stop.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise for the jury, please. Yeah. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
All rise.
Okay, before we start back into the case, there's two things that I need to address that have come to my attention. One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom. Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number one, your phone gets confiscated. It could be, number two, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility. Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a hallway, and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is. Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that I learn continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, two things: no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. No response. All right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly, and I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. All rise for the jury, please. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of cross-examination. That's where we will resume.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall that this morning? Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1, yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the Tiguan at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. Do you remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
Body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it. So that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. We don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on her Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police. That kind of thing. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. Right from wrong is such an abstract it's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, correct?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him.
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong and trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe, don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
But don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
and she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating to her?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in the short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview with you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes.
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
That I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Kind of weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got there?
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's a
What about smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. If a little bit of it seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy?
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder?
May have.
Where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
Exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No.
Nothing crazy about that, right?
Don't know the ultimate, but
That Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so. Yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stout disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me. No.
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
In my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough to go get it? I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at? Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death, to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest
Not
people.
necessarily panicky. Not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. Surely you know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets, no one else. Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I have to say, I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body, and the body of a child that you allegedly loved, in the back of your car. There is.
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there, because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've
I
been
think only
saying, though.
once. I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
A bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay. No.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay, I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stout may not be truthful with you during the interview?
Of course,
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday.
of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would be
There's a
good.
TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here, so you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
Let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then
Yeah.
we'll start when you're ready. We're gonna go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little and can we see, can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to, you're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you right here. So that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm gonna ask you some questions after the clips, okay? And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm gonna try it from sitting there and see how it works out, and then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
just.
we have a pad or
Mr.
something?
Delaney,
Yeah.
While you're, when you come back, it's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay. That?
Yeah, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're gonna start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video is paused so we
Yeah.
can see the image. Do you see Miss Stout there in the center of the video?
Yes.
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see the foot. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is it?
Mr. Tlaney?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Miss Stout is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your.
there? I'm just trying to turn it.
Oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call your doing?
Well, I'm not necessarily recalling names, but like, I'll like to stay when you talk to, like, when you call them, so I can call them the same. No, I mean, for example, the Mr. Delaney or I call Josh. You call Josh, yeah.
Do all of you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sometimes, like Maria will call him Bendigo. No, like Maria sometimes calls him Bendigo. She is called him B-A-N-D-J. Like that would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but like, that's all she gets mad at.
Bendigo is asshole.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, he's not really an asshole, but yeah, that's part of it. No, no, it's, but, I don't know Spanish, well, she does, but no, she was smart. Well, only, yeah, the basic, but if you talk with her, she knows Spanish. Who knows? Maria does. Maria knows Spanish, yeah. That's it. Any other language? No. I know that my friend said she's taught Russian to her. But, Brandon said he told her. I don't, and you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you. I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there and I've had to adapt to them and I know that I'm able to talk to people there. We're still, I still live by what they're telling me. I'm big John, yeah. I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands. Yeah. And yeah, I've been to Dubai.
So I need to sit back further and
just,
it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help
Okay.
you out. We paused it at 1311.
Thanks.
Let's see what,
See what we can do here.
yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear, this looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
How's that?
It's better.
Yes.
I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when there's a question, then I'll just
Okay.
turn her that
We
way.
can do
That's
that.
okay with Mr. Young?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Hey, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 1311.
What the date of this, just so I have.
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
she's a princess, she went to Dubai, she's a princess, she went to Dubai. She's not a part of you, or she is, and so Jazz, what part of you is that? She's risky, like, she doesn't look as, like, very risky, what do you call it? Like risky, yeah, like. I'm gonna say, like, get me in trouble.
Yeah.
Super. Can't go out, I party a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not a partner.
You're not a part of it.
So, I was just getting. So like what happened is something really happens where they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up right somewhere. End up on the plane. Do you know how you got to the plane? It's like my body goes through the motions. Like obviously I gotta get a passport, buy a ticket, but then I don't really remember doing all of it.
You don't remember.
I know it sounds crazy, but
No, it doesn't.
but like, okay, so like, if you see my credit card's by me, and you're like, oh, okay, obviously she did it, because obviously it's under my name, it's easy to, and my body's gotta know that that's whose credit card you got funds to be able to pay for it, but then at the same time, like, I won't know I've done it until I'm on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to this place, or I'm going to that place.
Find yourself somewhere. Not even really.
I've been to a lot, even sim tests. You just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't hear Roman's wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in the country. I did that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am. Because, and her, one time I was in Jamaica. So you were there, fine. No, I got a plane to go to Jamaica, but I was also at work that party and that meeting that night. Well, so maybe Josh can work it out.
Okay, we stopped it at 15:44. Okay. So I'm more than happy to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it and,
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
Great.
Okay? In the beginning, you asked a question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question? Why did you ask it that way?
I think it's something fantasy that where she had talked about other, and that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but I, knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
We're gonna-
here, this is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian. It's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of cocked my ear from my I too did anybody speak Spanish? I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of it is that sounds speaks And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish. As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know. Yeah, sure. It's possible. Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that? Well, there's a lot of stuff there. If she had in fact been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right? I suppose. I don't think I took it that. You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai? Are you saying Dubai, really? Yeah. uh, likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, if she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there, that at that time that she had been to Dubai, she has a whole history of going to all sorts of different, but she has gone to several, which here
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time. Things like that that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was testimony.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview? How
Oh, yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because
you know what?
husband went there, and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same thing I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
She did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir, she said,
Okay.
not only that, your head is spinning when you some of the stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska. So I was a real suffering. And that she Alaska, and I believe it. I think in my notes I have down that he didn't. I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. Do you remember that?
It's something like that. And I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
A triggering event?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to, just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay? Go ahead and play.
They're being projected as some monster, and like you don't know, and you're like looking around and like this is not me. I don't do these things, and I, you know what I'm saying? This made this roll out.
Is it possible that it did stayed? Yeah.
If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a loved one of mine. You see what I'm saying?
Because, you know,
Yep.
again, I did not see him. What? See him? Yes, he see him.
Yeah.
As said, I did not do that. I did this, not to put whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it gives, you know, you do get some pretty wacky stories about you think. There is a possibility. It's not clear then. Wait. Do you think that's a possibility?
Oh, I said that from the beginning, that I all over the place, because I really, same job.
Is it possible you did that when you were on state?
When I was in a what state?
Stay in one of these states where you were involved.
Oh, yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but I was not an intention to hurt Gannon. Like, it was never, like, no, absolutely not. I love Gannon. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I've had these kids from coast to coast, country to country.
Yeah.
Like, that's not, what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like, I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting in this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? Right? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. It would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel like I'm doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just gonna ruin my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people in here do this stuff, I don't.
You know, really possible. There's just no potential.
I mean, you don't take somebody out to go shopping, to do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet.
Is that day you were pointing out?
Yes. So I don't understand this. That's just not how it works. You don't pay somebody out clothes for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had this kid in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body.
Tell me what's going on. Were you really in Australia?
Yes.
When?
I think it was 2017 or maybe 18.
How did you find it?
I went with people. Get my records to see where I went. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam, other people.
And took care of Dennis.
I don't think they live with us then.
So, time to time, they want to get away from this place.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially like they're gone for the summer. I just be on.
It's
Because why I bored. Yeah, I mean, that was my life. I would rather packing up all the stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina and taking care of everybody. My life was much easier like that. Because I could go there. No, they're
it's what?
no, Landon's mom,
Land.
which was Gannon's mom's.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Gannon's
Grandma.
grandmother. Help with.
She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person to help me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I could call ID, I could help. I had other people who programs that I could be like, great, I need to go do this. I could drop them up here for the day. I had support.
My first talk with Josh, I asked him what and he's well, by the way, what you would say was there, right? And he said that effective list, a list of 12 explanations that you gave for what happened
Because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a cool flashback or not.
Yeah.
Then I'll have a nightmare about something, so I don't know if the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare becomes real. So then I'll wake up and think that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like, it's really happening. Because I told you earlier that I didn't know if something's really going on, or if this was real or not. Remember I said I thought this was just one big nightmare. But so, any of it, it's all running together, because sometimes I don't know what's going on, and what's really not going on, you know what I mean? Then one minute something that happened, and I'll switch personality, and someone will say, in the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, not schizophrenic voice, easy, and it'd be like my other voice, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why people tell you 100% that I remember, sitting on the couch, somebody knock, being in the garage, I remember I being in the garage, I go look at the windows, look at someone outside. Seeing someone downstairs, that was the things I could 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what was going on. So that's what I guess was like this dream or fantasy or you know that you have that influences what you think happens. But I don't think it was just that you told. But I don't know. How do I know? It could be. How do you know? There's people or something. No. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because well, one person's telling me this. How do I know? Because this person could be trying to go with that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? It's a matter of told you. No, I'm talking about them. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because one minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing two things. So how do we know? Whether we're in some peculiar state, and it is not possible to remember what happened. It's not going to work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. I don't care. But you're like that. See the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, you're sitting there lost because you don't think really knows. There are probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. And where he's tossed and this or that, it might have to do something. But in a sense, she's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably a good reason for why you don't. And, you know, you have that stuff, serious interest. And you've been through a lot of private stuff. But let's try to find out why. I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. With this crime. Because I wish I would have just lived when he asked me just a kid. I don't know, my face, I don't know about the face kid charges.
But who asked you to get up? Gannon wanted me to leave at night until our God should have just did it.
Isn't that a wrong idea?
No, but at least we've been saved. At least we've been on the East Coast saved. Everybody saved. He wanted to go with me. He knew I was leaving. He wanted to go with me. He did. He said, "You're going back. Mommy and Mom. I could stay with you and stay with Mommy and Mom." It was fine. His mommy, his nana, his poppy, he would never. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast.
Is that with your mom?
No, his mommy. What? No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there.
So we had to.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. He was like, "Just take me with you." And I said, "Son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you." And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine.
So said,
Right?
so what? How did it be?
No, you gotta add that to the mix. Add that added on to me. Trying to figure out. I was trying to leave. But yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe. Because I didn't want to leave them safe. You don't realize that the kids, Lena and Cannon, if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money. Money's not everything. They would have had how they needed financially. They would not have anybody take care of their academics. They would not have anybody take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's just a day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them?
Did you ever cross your mind that maybe Gannon was there?
No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off with my mother. She said, "Go ahead." And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands as they are not taking care of them. Okay? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, the woman can get custody back if I help her because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help get custody back to her. How am I going to do this? Do it correctly. Make sure she has a home. But if it's killing Gannon. Gannon doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Gannon dying has nothing to do with that. I didn't come up with any idea of Gannon dying. My point is getting him safely to his mother. Would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out with her, but talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. And over. So I didn't lose a battle. Should have just took him with me, started the school cross country, and then just been like, "Oh well, one of y'all need to figure it out how to become a better parent." That's what I should have did. Love that day. That's what I should have did.
Okay, we started at 1:47:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey. That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing. And incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon and she had to protect. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Tolini is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Tolini can ask you about that, okay? Is that
So
fair?
I thought I was responding to what.
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch? The fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. It's credible to say that, there was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking care of. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stout talks about? The fact that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on mother, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or words to that effect.
Yeah.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one bed apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? Trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your pardon.
Miss Stout could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was,
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
they had said that she was
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her.
Yes, it was kind of an open question to Mr. Tony, and also really it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making complete sense.
And a couple times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions? Yes. I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when we were thinking these things? It did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence questions, other data that she did seem to go. This was the rush. Knew already, it wasn't adding, oh gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. I think is it possible? It's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that possible that this or you are in a funny. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're gonna have some follow-up.
Probably.
For that clip, it's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is as opposed to.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. And don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need? Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start, we need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done, needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make an effort to.
Okay.
The attorneys, Your Honor, tried to call last night at 4.
I understand that. Okay.
That was why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now? Good. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate so that we will have everybody here in place ready to go at 1:20 because the jury's waiting. Everybody's waiting on that. In addition, counsel approach, please. Court will be in recess until 1:20 then.
All rise.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it. Absolutely. And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So
sounds good.
Okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her, and once that may be her.
And for you, for the video, it's probably easier to just have her.
As opposed to transferring, yeah, that makes sense. Is that,
Yep,
that's what we're gonna do, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And, yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead and bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Cellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate, that place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So, yeah, that's fine. It's her.
I just need my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. And your notes are just the
Yeah.
pad?
Everything.
What else, doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Well, that's why you need to get back. Like,
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time.
No, I never had it.
You never had it.
See it,
Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
What could have it available to anybody? Draw a clock and you
Mhm.
can that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called raised complex figure. It is
We have that.
and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is, the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it, perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should infer a copy of it and from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
That's what you'd rather be, you want to with that word, you want to look at this?
Well, so far, this was.
Okay. All right.
And
Audio.
the audio's the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
If we had to have the ring lights off, Judge, I don't know.
Yeah. And that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah. Just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from tens of documents that had been signed by LETECIA in the past.
Okay.
different times,
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them.
You don't have them with you now.
But they have.
And I can clear up, I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stout that were found like in and so forth
Okay.
that we provided to
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate at this point.
Okay.
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the
That's
video,
fine.
what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh,
So
I'm
we're starting
sorry.
it.
I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
Not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and that's not where I want to be. But yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like that's not. So like why these are much. You know, be so intense. Yeah. What your I gotta say it's for good intention, so you know it's It's not like it's just like just some random person who don't cause problems, you know? It's for good. No? Maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good. It's for someone that's for being
Really got into a pretty bad fight or whoever is taking over. It's really bad, but carried away. What's happening there? What's going on here? Can you see?
I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not a violent person.
Well,
I am not violent at all. But I am not gonna let people be tucked into bed, so I'm not gonna let people be hurt because I don't do this to make somebody. Okay? If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm gonna always make sure that people are gonna be okay.
so I know what. Could you just let me?
Understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here, because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them.
Yeah,
Because it's what I have to do.
that is, you are the protector.
I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that?
I'm just saying, yeah. They should, like, you know, worry about everything. To protect. Where do you start when you protect? Can you look at me now? Do you know where? Do you know where you are? Where? Do you know where you are?
Yeah.
And who have I talked to?
Taylor.
Taylor. Say, and I'm question. Taylor, do you know what just happened?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
What just happened?
You asked me about my girlfriend.
I asked you to do that, and
We were talking about Fred.
I don't know, it's good to see Fred here. Prison though.
Yeah, he did work at a prison. I think it was in Overton, North Carolina.
Where?
Overton, North Carolina.
Yeah. We didn't know what just happened with you.
Fred.
No. Something really sketchy. Then, I spoke with you, with someone who said, I protect them, I always protect them, I don't have anything.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
What if we saw?
Oh, I don't know. I just think who was the protection? Oh, sorry.
I don't get it.
I was saying sorry. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about Fred. That's all I remember.
You know, you told me that it was a kind of phase.
things. Who would be the protector? Oh, my protector is Maria. Maria, I would like very much to talk with you. If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know, sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't. Whatever it is. I'd love it for you, Taylor. Yeah. Taylor. You will consider that. Taylor, where is your special place? You go when, say, Maria's in the. I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler. Well, I would like to go there and let me come with Maria. And we'll do it. But now I'd like you to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What people say, is that correct? I think she does, for sure, but I need to talk with you. Yeah, I know you're hearing, and you know who I am.
Okay, we paused it at an hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
Well, that was a joke. Technique in which we learned how to get to talk. Self, with patients themselves by Mark Elvin. He did get to was told me or used hypnosis much. However, it's known that dissociative individuals are very suggestive. So you're always that's this. So if you're talking with a kid or with somebody who has a problem, let's say, what do you suggest that we trust her, that we are find out more?
Mhm.
You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from depressive patients, but from a private. That is, that by and large, they have a special place there. Because it is known that, say, there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're. Sometimes they don't. And what we learn from our patients is to simply, what happens to you? Where do you go? Where do you go? When I'm talking to so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? When you have a special.
And let me stop. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place, so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If you, like, someone can say, there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Miss Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know if that was the first time, but
Well,
I
and let me,
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the.
but you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very calmly, but at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically real or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, distinct.
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said.
she said, can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector.
Yeah.
And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said,
That's
right?
right, yeah.
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
Right,
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time.
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm not sure what the point was.
the point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. Doesn't have, this is not a total different unit. Not a consistent person who remembers it or who you would always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? So far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent. Is that logical?
Logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
Thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court
But-
that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just,
There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. That somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them. And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And if
Let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
these are documents that were already provided.
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young. and let's see if
At least.
they are what he understands them to be.
I haven't seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I don't know what this is.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tolini, we have in discovery, which talked about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Leticia, and then below it, it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her, when she's already
That's
told
fair.
the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify, and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want it. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I
at
would just ask
recess.
that Mr. Tolini join me in that, so
Yep,
we're looking at the same
that's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
5-8, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Cellini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Cellini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table. Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copies of reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
And we could take those and have one of our people start copying it now.
Yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If your phone is, if something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom. And it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One
Perfect.
that will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
It's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in. See if you can see if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break and Mr. Tallini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stout, correct?
Not yet. You know, because I don't know what there is there in terms of that interview. If you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in the.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stout? Yes or no?
I gave them to you, yeah. They
Okay.
are there, but they haven't.
You know, at this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tallini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tallini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was a document that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there, and I think that's a little bit of it is having. As far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation and appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stout sign something?
Whatever she signed there, or I had was turned over to Tallini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you take a moment to look at that document?
This is not. This is a different patient with. What do you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, for sure.
Because
You recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication of mine to
An email between you and Mr. Tallini, correct?
the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you have with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday, and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping it, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Tallini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer
Dr.
my
Lewis,
question.
the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tallini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is
Okay.
an email sent to him.
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection.
Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, and now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important. It was just organizing in my head as most important. Like, that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply, I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I say it can be addressed again. But I did not think of it as a withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they hadn't.
Can I retrieve your document from you, please? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on LETECIA, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that point that was most important. But this was not something that I was supposed to, I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think it's, I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that Mr. Delaney had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis.
Could get
I would
this
like
later.
Dr. Lewis,
Hold on.
please
Wait,
stop.
wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay. And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 732. We're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of it again, please.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
My initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you are. Who was it? Okay. Because you didn't know who was Taylor. I didn't break out. You did not break out.
That's said, finding and Taylor, but I can let her know. Okay, it was just for T there, Taylor, WTA, because it's also a Tyler, right? And here is the subject, right? This, with a lefty. Leticia. Who is it? Leticia. That is Leticia. And so, Taylor, that's why we said, when you. That was Leticia. This, she's a lefty. Okay, you said you need to talk to her, Leticia, that's all. Yeah, but, Leticia wrote that? Yeah. Okay, and Leticia, I just want to say the left hand, because, you Taylor, just give me a number. And he said, Taylor, okay, I am, two. Oh, I don't want to play favorites. You're important. Important. And each of you, seeing to the future. Yes. So, yes, it's not. Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she answers anyone. Who said that? Was that, doesn't so Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. LETECIA and only talked to her.
Not me.
Not Taylor. Yeah, but I can talk to.
Yeah.
So here.
Yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. But she can because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I mean? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. Yeah, so that's why. You see
But
what I mean?
I need to talk to Maria. I think that Maria knows a lot more what happens than LETECIA.
Right, see, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get in arguments. You know what I mean? She gets mad. Because I'm like the good, not the bad. LETECIA is the bad. You see what I'm saying? They get along with my better. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to Maria.
Yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying?
You do a lot more.
Yeah. She don't always agree with the good.
Or what you think is.
Right. Okay. Well, my I just need to good. You know, do good to people, do right by me. You know. You think I'm
Sometimes I feel bad.
no, I'm saying I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so
You
she
think something's good than anything else.
right. And so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me.
Well, yeah, so seems to me that sometimes you think it's good. To be the strong doer, fighting for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right.
I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody else get along, communicate, do good to people.
What happens when you move? What happens when you temper? So that's what happens to them.
Take over. And then takes away from like the good part of Taylor, you know, the good part of Taylor is being like a good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them.
Do they know what's you?
Like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how you guys doing?
They don't even know it's you.
Oh, if they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be me, but then really I can take it if they're like that.
I'm not understanding how much you care. How satisfied are you with me? How honest are you?
I'm honest with you.
And you want to ask them, you're right. Well, you can change your mind. Maybe. What happens?
Taylor.
No, still to Maria Taylor, someone signed Taylor and Maria thought, it's not there. I did Maria sometimes Taylor, LETECIA explaining for stuff. You kind of go, where and with you.
Taylor, I
Really makes sense.
so what happened was did you want to tell you what happened? Or
Sure.
okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020, I had, um, reported Gannon missing because he was. You had none of these. I had, so it was January 7th, 2000. So you reported that he was missing. Because because I was calm at first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot and he would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like not yet. I was not there. Something had already happened to. No, nothing had happened to him. Hope you saw that. After what? After you were there. Right. He was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing. He was, well, I was in. Guess he left the house or he was hiding. I'm not sure. That's why I moved to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everyone. Talk to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to. You're going to be right on the LETECIA. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting help. Not always these kind of stuff like that. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to them. Should I tell you? Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or what much told you? You're there.
Yes.
So as we were, just keep going, but I'm just gonna keep going. So he was missing and then I called 911. I really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried. Because I realized that it started to rain, it get cold outside. And then after, when was the first one, he was born. When he was dead, and I do something. I did try to bring him back. And started praying over him and trying to bring him back to life. And when he didn't come back to life, he didn't. Where was he lying? Well, in my house. In your lungs. Where had you found it? I don't remember where I found it. Just found it. So do you know he was in your lungs? But if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that. Because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to. No, I didn't. No. What was he supposed to? Was it not supposed to die? No. So someone had made from her that she something else. No. What was what was the idea? What was not supposed to be him? It wasn't supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. Was it supposed to be? And then our, it was. No, what did you think it was? I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster. Somebody any not a lesbian and I heard people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone right and locked them with Gannon. Okay, under no circumstances did I hit me, you can just Gannon us. Were you doing something? It's not how it works. To do something with what was your did it. It was to me. It looked like something. Oh. You know, you don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him. Which is just. Someone was in the home, we don't understand. Someone was in the home, okay? Yes, they're in the home. Yeah. Someone big, okay? They're going to hurt everyone. They're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone. Everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cave, okay? So all I did, all I did is grab the gun. And what happened? I saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired the gun. That's what I did, okay? All I did is you don't understand, I had to protect the people that were in the house, okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety, I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? I'm trained to kill. That's what I do, but trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do. I kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt me, I'm trained to kill. Okay? That hurts anyone or that hurts the people that I care about. Okay? So you kill. Yes. Yeah, that hurts. You do care. Yes. And that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. Fired at someone, yes, a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I am a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go. This is how you old. Yes. And then that's what I did. Kill the man, okay? Yeah. Oh. They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize it was not the person? I don't realize anything. I left immediately. I left immediately after I did my job. You realize I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you'd done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for the TC other family and for themselves. They so short. Because the TC my family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? The TC's family. Really? Who was it? The TC's son was missing. To protect them, which is what I do. She was upset. Everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset. Everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left. I left. I don't know what happened at the end. Who did this? If I deserve anything to the police, what? If I deserve anything to the I'm to the police. No. I'm just need to go out. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just you. Need money. Maria. 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 You know what I think? Right, I think you said with your it's normality. You want to be less invisible. No. No, I have jobs to do. I do jobs that are. You do jobs. Only. What? What does he see? Meditation. I always have, I always have perfect. For which? Who do you turn this information to? Us. The gypsy people. I don't have to do that. No, you don't answer me. I'm just trying to. I want something. I think you can tell. I don't think you would have talk. No, I know too. I'm working my ass off to do all of this. It's so very tough, you know. Because if you're not strong or the so right. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not for you. Even my cabinets when I try to play this. I don't copy them. I read, but I don't copy them. You don't do that, or you don't mind them. I don't know. You don't can't this. Why don't you? Just tell me. You just know. The favor.
I think times and they were
Ever strong and
I can see that. I think we all have a fantasy that it's from me. And I'm going to help my defender.
do you need any comes from me?
You need anything?
Do you need any comes from me?
Do
Do you need anything else from me?
no. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of what looked to you like something as nice and easier. You shot from and the person where it was went down and you then left. The job done, correct, job done. Well, the job wasn't really done, because as I understand it, I've seen.
And then I think about it.
How do you sort of not know that you'll
I do it every time,
but in general,
multiple times.
like,
It's a goal.
Yeah, so.
What did you do?
so. Well, you had to bring it, so, and I certainly not. I don't have any contacts in my stuff. So you don't just work for the DCA?
Okay. Then I had to contact her before in Mexico.
You did,
I had to protect her before Mexico.
you did,
I did.
you protected always. Wow, how old was she when you first started?
Well, my days is different than yours.
Your what?
My years are different than yours.
How old were you?
28.
You're healthy,
28.
28. So she was without you. So 11 years of life.
I'm always 28. I always look this way.
Yeah, she's 39. So for 11
My years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try.
I imagine her mysticals. Yeah. Yeah.
They're different.
So have you did you protect her from the time he arrived or what was happening to her when you protected her?
Who's going to get this information?
Please.
I don't see anyone else.
What?
I don't see anyone else.
I did not without her permission. Her permission means. If and we'll talk about it. Would you, are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So they will do that. And I think I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's favor to get Letecia's and some maybe some educated into good practical use. Wouldn't it be good?
No, absolutely.
Yes. Take a look over there. Got a group there.
And I see that.
You always see that, like, yeah. We do. Yes, you. Seriously, it never told me. So, dealers, I want to thank you. You did very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself with the spray?
No, I'm very.
You are. This is what I do. Well, you do it. I know you're very brave to trust us. But we will only slowly talk about it. And if it does not help, Leticia
I'm agree.
Just stays here.
I think, honestly, we worked pretty hard today. Do you think we should take a rest for maybe an hour or something? And let's come back into it. And let's look. Is it her? Sure. So let's see. Between 2 and 3. I do need the promise. I don't need promises. I don't guys, I have a request. I would like you not to hurt me and to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you say this, whatever, tell me. You only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you know the name? You should talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let Maria meet you. Yeah, she doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I'm a little, right when I talk with her, that she got a feeling. I hope it's really, was and they asked, and that I don't know. But I would, and I would be myself. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take a Maria, I have something that I'm very much surface to the lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes,
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
Particular interview, we had asked when we put it her, and I'd asked her. Could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Stand it. Here. Cameras be on us and that there be company. I had said I'd like to have them on. I think it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
One was asked to run, if he knew how, and could he run the cameras?
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably. Not at all.
Well,
You don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the characters they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change, she looks different, she sounds different, she does different things, she protects. That I think that there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, so you're saying that LETECIA could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I you did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying, I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth and her identity and who she is clear.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on the papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that they're down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was at different.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I may, they may be there. It might be, and they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some. When there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, not on again, off again, perfect, logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Gee, someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes and no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, so that about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
It does not make logical sense, and not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. Not do that. Follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything or her. Expression change. You saw what this person said. Change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them, and I have down here as I'm looking at that thing. This is this.
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I am
Okay?
trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying.
you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't?
No.
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating a multiple necessarily in his year. No, he did not do.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna,
you do probably, but no, it was not a wonderful.
can we agree to disagree on that? Please?
See the first game.
All right, we're gonna go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I don't want to say about an hour and 30 minutes or so. Okay, so are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably gonna take a break in about 20 minutes, so find a
Okay, so
good
there
place.
will be a bit of break.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not gonna have the jury sitting there for all of this, so, find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just leave the TV on, Judge.
Oh, sorry.
And this is the confession. This is unfit balance. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso pro para magna we say alente. Aunque Rodriguez Letea say Gana Maria say Mena sana in conversano etc. Desunt. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw this this
As an confessor. I, Maria, confesso, we don't know what she's confessing to.
I know I just told you it says foundation and that I don't want to.
But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I just figured it was that, just to be different in Spanish because of the way it's written. I hear it.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was not Spanish, but I
don't know Spanish.
yeah.
We would be wise. They didn't.
Some Portuguese. That's what I said. Maybe like
God. Maria, then Sana. Maria isn't, that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Sana in conversano. Son. Well, maybe have these and photocopy French. Because here it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Gannon. Lydia, AKA. Wonder what is Lydia?
I don't know. I don't.
We say defending, something about defending. And for us to do this is not take it out, it would be kind of a free.
You think a lot of languages.
Like saying French, so. And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not, I get by. So anybody here? No.
It's
I don't know.
So let's see.
Oh, that's the lady there, it's been her for a while, she keeps going back to her husband, she not.
And why are you back here?
She gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys, she's like a young lady. The young, like, the man who used to sleep in her breast. Yeah, it was. I know, old, she keeps getting in trouble when she.
Let's find.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to.
Yeah.
Well, could have been a player. Oh, I always looking it up. That's good, right? It's kind of punches, I think, from the mass, resting peace, right? That's better. But you believe that is a confession from Marie.
Well, I was the one word, I thought it was the O.
Yeah, and confess.
That's the other rest.
Says that.
Well, because that's why I say the red, be, was why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't.
So,
Other than that, that's why it was Spanish.
she wants to go in. She should be so, but it's from wrong.
So I was the only one Spanish, so I figured out something.
Do you think that Maria did it?
Oh, I didn't.
See,
I remember it. And just had little flashbacks or what I think.
what are the flashbacks?
Just blood.
Yeah.
And
Take from like a appointment out to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave.
just remember seeing someone in my cave.
Women,
I remember seeing someone in my cave.
you remember seeing
I heard a baby crying.
have you ever been crying with them?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Really?
See this, I just remember a baby crying and seeing someone in my cave.
Maybe this is second interview. So tell me about the person in the cave.
So the person was in like a red and black cave.
Yeah. How big a person?
I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 foot.
Man,
I was a man.
a man. Tall. 6 feet. And sleep. How would songs? Well,
I just remember being like in a road in a corner or something, I hated fun. Was he in the corner or you? No, the man was the cake in the corner. The man was in the cake and the cake was red and black. I thought yesterday, I think Maria said that Gannon got up and was in the cake. Is there, I don't remember Gannon, no, no. Driving yesterday, I mean, I thought that it was again in a cake. Otherwise, I never wanted to be Gannon.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah, it was a man and a
Yeah.
cake who rose up. And where was Gannon during? I don't know. And, it would help, if I talked directly with Maria, because she relates. And he could probably control it. She said, I thought. So that, yeah, it's been worse if we talk, even she would have never found it. She would have, or they, well, let's. I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of the lunch? And I'm going to. Because if someone put it on, should be on the same thing. That's really terrible. Really good. No, they just always be. Oh my God. Yes.
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:31.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video comes.
Okay, and how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My math is terrible, sorry.
Okay,
Your Honor, the parties had talked about maybe going a little bit later today, if we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis. That would be acceptable.
if we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
I told them
absolutely.
they'd be done at 5, but, and we have one juror who,
I know with the accident.
right,
Yes.
so.
She said good.
Okay, so, but if we can check with them, it's okay with me. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
Yeah.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the home where does say really bad. Maybe let the sideburns on it, or you let the sideburns on it. Yeah, yeah, that's it. I don't know. But. So. Marie? Marie? What is caught your attention? What do you see? Did they go? Marie, I think it's time for me. Which story is letter? Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Marie. Tell me that. Can you read it to me? And what the language it's in? And
What is that?
How many would it be?
Kind of important.
It's really, it's,
We just,
and you normally,
beg your pardon?
when you want to, you should read that. Or maybe,
No, just the,
or,
or up here. Do you see my hand?
what do you want?
I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate?
Of course, I can.
Okay. Can you translate? Would you translate it for me?
Goodness. Government. I forgot to,
What is the one?
I forgot to, and both of them.
And one thing,
Let's see, and what's it?
too fast. So you can give it to me.
I forgot to,
Yeah.
what is it? Yeah,
I voluntarily
self-defense.
self-defense, yeah. I confess in self-defense, what did you do?
You know me.
I had the impression that you don't want LETECIA to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than she.
Maybe it was,
Mm.
um, you told me, for,
Who is her name? Or what is her? Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? He is wondering whether or not is in part of the evidence told by harmony was arrested, harmony was left. And how old is her? And who molested her? And who said it? In that, pardon? In that. LETECIA's dad molested. That is respecting. Molested harmony. As a LETECIA. And who's harmony's son? I beg your pardon? Yeah. Just for the didn't you sit already as a baby? She's 10 years old and she was molested by her stepmom.
GANNON was arrested.
And GANNON was molested by a stepmom. By who? Which who, like molested GANNON and harmony. I beg your pardon?
But I was step on
I understand. Molested GANNON and harmony. And harmony is 10 years old. When was GANNON molested? And he was 10 years old. And what's like that?
I don't know.
How do you know about this? You know, LETECIA told me. How did you know? And
She wasn't going to help. She was going to have you with herself.
LETECIA,
Yes.
she's demanding so. Oh, she did. Like killing prostitute.
It's all we have to do.
Well, I'm just kind of putting two and two together.
So they-
Torturing
Right.
she's gonna have with herself. I'm confused. What is like? What is like that?
I do not understand.
You don't know it's me, but you know his first name's like.
Yes.
And he bothered again. How did you?
Why did I bother her?
I thought you said that he left her.
No. Harmony spelled that into the faith.
I thought mine was the same one. No. Who was somehow extended.
James.
Oh, my James. And one molested.
LETECIA.
LETECIA. Tell me about the trip to Florida.
I did not go to Florida.
Pardon me?
I did not go to Florida.
You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you after Janet died. You said you were the one shot.
I did not go to Florida.
Why?
Because why would I go to Florida?
To Florida? Because LETECIA went with Gannon after you died.
I had to go to.
Well, what did you do while they were in Florida?
I was doing other jobs,
Like what?
taking care of other people.
Really getting rid of them?
You know,
What? What?
we're gonna have money.
Pardon me?
I didn't make a lot of money.
How do you make money too?
I'm money laundering.
How do you walk away? Through what?
I can tell you, you've seen this.
Have you ever killed anyone?
In Mexico,
Ever?
that's not a nice manner.
Who?
Someone who was going to LETECIA.
Who is the
Someone who was going to LETECIA.
holding? Heard of them? Who?
I was in
Who?
the job was done, over around, the job was done.
So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, for that. Not too many do that.
It's the job was done.
Do you have family?
I don't need them.
Did you know them?
They all die.
Really? One?
You should know this.
What?
You think I would go around protecting people for women without having a backstory?
What's that story? You don't say.
Of course not.
So Why did Leticia take Gannon down? She did not. Published it. No, she did not. What makes you because I mean, you did not. But I mean, you did not. As I understand it, was down there. I mean, you're wrong. I think apparently you're wrong. So, you do not know. Pardon? You do not know. No. Do you know? I know a lot of people. Yeah. Why did she get rid of Gannon's file? She didn't do that. Who did? Did you? No, a lot of people, like I said. Or, I know a lot of people, like I said. So did you get something? So you got something to toss. Like I said, I know. Tell me, after Gannon was found, how did consider getting into what is that kid? How did you manage her? If I didn't get to the hospital. But him, she was not strong. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Really? Was he in the bed with of course Lena was there. And what did Lena do? She helped her into the bar. What about her? No, she was sleeping. She was what? She was a child. They grew up. No, not a picture. But she see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere. Yeah. So she wasn't there when you were sleeping. She stayed asleep. It's my understanding that you shot the man with the cave. Is that correct? Correct. Did it turn out to be again? Not later. How did it happen later? How did it turn out again later? Later on, but it was supposed to be. I didn't get it. I have to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was scanned, figure out how to do it. To call some friends, for the puppies and some moms, figure it out, you know. So there were two people. No, I had to call some friends to help me out, you know. You had to call some friends to help you out to do what? To get into the Bible. But where's the man in the cave? We don't have a man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave. It's not. It was again. But after do you have any idea why? Yeah, in your recollection, you were at the time, seemed to be a man in the cave. I don't know. That's wonderful. Just like you figure out the news. Here, Leticia showed that Gannon was on that blanket. Do you see? See everything on the blanket. Do you think that he would have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man? There could be a possibility, but to me it was a key. What? But to me it was a key. Yeah, but I was wondering if then it turned out to be Gannon. And you meant to only shoot a man with a gun. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot? He's going to farm, but he's here at the burgers. And then it was here. While the man be in her house with me. No. Do you allow any normal interview? I think I've ever had a man with a gay. Or did you prove her now as a normal? That I didn't know. Probably well, I know. When did you write to different things? I did. You mean you should. Correct. Special training. Yeah. In my past life. Who were you in your past life? I already told you I can't tell you about my family. And that would tell me if you told me about your past life. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Gannon to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it. Because I have to LETECIA first. You have to. Protect LETECIA. Yes. That's not a long job. So if somebody were to tell me that LETECIA with someone else perhaps put in the car and went to Florida without being protected, that would be getting rid of trouble. I cannot get rid of trouble. But protect her first. Yeah. Associate power. If you not have emotion intelligence, I think we take it emotion. Doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not gonna cry for the. So what is going to do? But then they did it. How do you feel about talking with me? Are you a dirt? Am I what? Are you a dirt? Oh, what? A director. Dirt? So. Correct. A threat. You're a dirt. I'm this. Yeah. I do my best to help LETECIA. So I do. And then we pray. But if I had emotions, yeah. I can pray. You can. If I pray, you lose your power. So if I add myself to you, get rid of the body, it's easy to. That's how. Can LETECIA well? Sometimes. She tried to come home, she cannot. But when did you first come to LETECIA? A very long. How old was she? Maybe maybe 16, 15, 16. It's not that long. It's pretty old. What was going on with her when you came? She didn't have to listen. Pardon me? She didn't have to listen. That doesn't quite explain why you came. She puts herself in another room. What thing told her she brought herself into where she lived in the back. Yeah, what she did. Yeah, I don't have to communicate effectively. Yeah. Because herself in one of the problems she should be involved in. She's covered. What was going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that to her before? You size me up. Interesting. You don't really know. I don't know what. You don't really know what's going on. No, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that? Do you really know why she lives in the drugs? Why she lives? You do really know why she lives in the drugs? Why she does? Why she lives in the drugs? Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? Why doesn't she like drugs? Because their stepdad trying to start selling them drugs. Yeah. Selling her. Selling her for drugs. Oh, geez. which is number 6. Jane. Jane suggests selling her for the right to would not see. That's right. What was that, Andrew? He was making a driver out of the car and getting drugs for him. But to try to get her Spanish for drugs. His nephews. Did she not do? Did she? No, she did not. Did she? She didn't know how to have the board. She hit him with the board. Who? James. When you saw that boy, when the man was with the kid, he had a hole at the top of his head. What I was wondering is, if you were anything, I didn't mistake him or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something. No. He hit his head on the road. He hit his head on what? On the road. On the floor. I don't think you've seen the picture of that. He hit his head on the road. There was a baseball in the floor in the wood. You have to jump up something. It was on the floor. There was baseball sticking out on the floor. Doesn't mean hit his head. It's a big thing. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseball on the floor. That's it. Okay, let's just look at it. Let's get the picture. He hit his head on top of this head. And then that's all that is. That's all it means. So James was trying to sell LETECIA. When she was a teen. What would he do? He would go on cocaine. Yeah. When she was driving around with the cocaine. He didn't go on sugar. There's kids in the family. Food. Yeah. There's babies in the back. What are you babies? Well, that's she has siblings. So, she has siblings. Didn't understand. Then she has siblings in the back. She has siblings, and she didn't know. Julie. Julie. How old is she? I don't remember how she was. I wasn't there to be done. How long did she have to? What's to do some change for the year? And then you know, the board. And so she beat him with the board and he found he beat James with board. Where was it? In his home, usually. What did he do? Did he do? No, James was a man. He did not know anymore. Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you what? Because it did not do it anymore. So you had to do that very time. Came to see. Go on board.
went to sleep, I took her on board, just beat it up. They say you don't know what the pain and drunk or when you're high. At least you had no to show for it. How public trainings, that was me. That was trainings. Yeah, it was. And that was when I was trying to follow everybody. Something was surreal. Very exciting around that time. It was, people got confused. Who was the person for the queen? You know, say LETECIA. James Warner Gates. James Warner Gates. James Warner Gates. He's a dark still. Did he expose himself? Funny. You don't know about the case because he thought he was a superhero. He thought he was a superhero. The Brown was with offers. Oh. Didn't follow go along when they were going to Florida. Harley went along with her, did she know? Isn't she good? I think she did. What? I think she did. I think she did. Yeah. How did she know? Nothing. She not nothing. Did you know that Gannon was in the back? No. There's no Gannon in the back, no one. Someone else helped. Someone else got my rate to go to, like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand. Literally. From what I understand, LETECIA drove over there to Florida. And then after she got rid of the suitcase, LETECIA did not do that. I already told you I had someone else to do that. Well, whoever. But it was put Gannon in her suitcase and kept him there. And then went to Florida as well. And he tossed him off the side. Bridges. I get it, it's like that with the yeah, and she did not do that. And I had someone else to do that. I already told you that. I think that's someone else. One time, I already told you this, but if he knew that, she wasn't aware of that. But she was down in Florida. Of course she was. So what was she doing? But she was going to move to Florida. She was going to move to Florida. She was going to move there. They won. That's a shame place. I've never saved them. I don't know who made last card out on me. Do you think she'll tell me? I don't know, maybe if you let her, then I think we can let her. What would you get away from? I mean, that's the thing. And women. And if he was losing, everyone, he was the worst of us. Since she's still in Florida, yes. You know, you think you don't have any works, right? But it's LETECIA about what happened to get. Never trying to go upset, but we did that. New stuff. And he wants to give us something because went out every day. Oh my. You got the questions up on the top. So she's so done, isn't she? Lives. Multiple things. Multiple things. In all of what it is. Does it mean that they had really hard goes to head over it? If she does to fill us in. Would you make a deal with me and keep her safe and not let her? Or was somebody everything? Is all of it. How old is she? Started with saving the food. I feel we started with Visine. Visine and for food. The boys ever done? Here. And what happens? Did they find it? No, but they didn't even. Pardon? I know that they found him. Another related, they tell. No, they did not snitch. It's pretty. Should I be jump off up there? To jump off the top too? Yes. And what happened? I didn't. And what did you jump? Would you just throw it down a little bit? Where did you? I threw it down the step. Yeah. So that she wouldn't hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? It would end. Yeah. Why would you think so? You have someone like me who doesn't care, don't care what other people. This is for good. You have someone like her, but she thinks that she did it, right? You have someone like her who don't hurt. Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe he had very humble. Here, how did you do it? I was driving to run, that was someone else's hand. Yeah. And then went off. Someone really good shoot on. You? Oh. Perfect. I should get the kill. But I was looking back at shots. Well, how did you kill him? Who's in the cake was Gannon. It's not, my first thought was to get rid of the bottom. My first thought is to get rid of the bottom. The shoot was still correct. And incorporating. And they. I don't need my social life. I don't carry my social life. Cinch on my socials. And probably. So did the past too, you know. I think you read a lot. No, I don't read it all. You don't read it all? No. So where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I didn't. And I'm not trying to do Russia then. Long time ago. Different life. Nobody loves it. Here's a profession we should find that out. Are you? Yeah. You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, something like
you seem to hear that, LETECIA, that your thinking is kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty wrong.
No, it's very rarely.
But this is pretty serious.
What are my odds? They're very, very slim.
What else?
Usually I'm never called for any things.
Well, in this case, she takes the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone else takes the blame.
But I always take over her. You think the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I make a mistake, they outweigh.
You take over her.
And the good outweighs the bad one.
What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her and you have to make it all.
From the very beginning, I saved her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, why does that matter? I mean, you have special powers, but I'm not perfect.
Was that out there? Oh, I mean, this is a.
Right? Do you think I had to make a mistake?
I think
Do you think I had to make a mistake?
you.
Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake?
No, I can't understand the word.
Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake?
Yes.
Do I like living when I make a
Who's like
mistake?
living? Do you?
No.
No. So what do you do to yourself?
Try harder this time.
What do you say that? The good you've done for yourself.
Correct.
When she was in, what did you do?
I didn't start helping her until she's old.
And so,
I didn't start helping her until she was old.
how old was she? Still
A teenager.
And what did you do for her?
I took her from James.
And how did you do that?
He could hurt her in the pool one time and she could not swim.
And so that's
He
true.
threw her in the pool and she could not swim.
You threw her a bullet, she was slipped.
She could swim really good, but she had cracks.
You
Then cracks. Yes, saved her.
How do you say that?
Put her in the elbow. She would float.
Did you? And he threw her a bullet. Tell me, Maria, does anyone else know about this? Like the bullet?
Happened in Georgetown, South Carolina.
Who was there?
It was at Miss Burrow's house.
And
Brenda went there to Pearl's house.
I'm sorry,
Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda.
Brenda, we have winter. I don't know Brenda.
I don't know him.
I don't think so was Brenda.
She's come to Louisiana.
She's what?
Can't come to Louisiana.
She tells her. Does she sometimes take over?
No, British family.
Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's for, the teacher's ad.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful.
He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl.
And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she sort of her. And he was her James.
Correct.
So who would know that? It's like to.
Maybe I speak to Pearl.
Can you do that? Do you know Pearl? Or do you
We
know?
don't know.
Pardon?
I don't know.
We don't know what you do.
Okay.
I can ask a friend.
And
She lives in Georgetown, so they're going to know what he does. Stay there. He laughed, but it's funny. He's crazy. He's dead, right? So he was great. Of course. What else did you know? They're in the car and tried to kill herself. When was it? What is that? Tell me about the car. She tried to kill herself and she learned how to get a free. And did you do anything to help her? What did you do? I helped her get out of the car. Get out of the cross city. What do you do when she wants to kill herself? Well, she's in a part that she was living. So how come she tried to kill herself then? She thought she saw anyone in the car. She saw her ex-husband in the car. Was he in the car? She thought she already saw him. Really? So she told him that he. Who knows her? About her? She's very little before you. Who's about her? Does anyone know her? Who's the I don't know. She had friends. But I had friends when she was in. Why did you come? Because she did not have any. She did not have anything. She didn't have a weapon. Maybe no one other than that. There you have other than that. Yeah. Yeah. And you? I didn't think that. Of what? What they did. Ready to the other now tell me. Did you kill him? No. But then what reaction? Sounded fun. So you have lots of secrets. It's kind of understanding. You know, this time it looks as if LETECIA's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in. I'll still protect her. How will you protect her? Somebody wants to hurt her, I'll still protect her. And so, what's going to try to work her, I'll still protect her. And how will you protect her from taking the blame for all of this? That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain. Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from? Yes. What about physical pain? I can control that. It's interesting. And you too have limits. Can we do anything for you? No. Think about it. It's a pretty good law. May I ask these people here if they have any questions? I'm going to answer to them and let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
Who are the people that helped get Gannon in Florida?
That helped.
How did Gannon get to Florida?
What's that?
Special right. What is the question?
Who helped Gannon get to Florida?
called some friends that I told you. I called some friends that I told you. Well, I remember they asked me. And then she went up to Seth. Who was she? TC. I told you my involvement in this. I told you my involvement in this. And I don't have to tell you who I called. Why? This is important. Well, that's what he already said she would take the blame for that. But I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, Harley makes it.
That has something to do with me.
Because they may charge Harley, there's something you can charge with Harley.
How do you feel about it, Harley? That has nothing to do with me, ma'am. I'm just asking you how you feel about it. LETECIA. Even from Harley. Excuse me? Even from Harley. I don't protect Harley if she needs me to, but I want to protect LETECIA. You would protect her. What did someone toss Garrett out of the car? You want to listen to me? Unwise that. There wasn't trying to toss him out. I never said that. They were trying to. They were not trying to toss him out. What were they trying to do? What do you think? Just a violence. They were not trying to toss him out. But he went. So you want me to give you a say what the person told me? Even though I'm not going to get it for what? I just. Yeah. So what did you hear? Person was angry because they didn't have the money to get rid of the body. Yeah. There you go. With it, for money, would have cut me. Correct. It would have been disposed of the no one would. So what would have been this up there? The money didn't come out also. Like I said, I'm not giving you names, so the money did not come out. So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to help other people. She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the money to people. She was not in her right mind. What kind of mistake with you? I don't know how to control it. Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind. Because I told her to do something that she did not know. What did you tell her? She was supposed to leave the car to get the money. Yeah. And she did not know that. What did she do instead? She was crazy, driving wrong routes. Was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. You know the correct place. She was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place. Okay. It's the wrong route. Correct. Yeah. So it was, no, the deal was on. Perfect. But then I made it. So you made the deal and where could have been some. But still, apparently she did get rid of the money. She told her. I just told you she did not need the people. The people are here, they did not have their money. I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car. Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money. If they tossed the body? Yes, she never had the body. Maybe she did. She did not take the body to Florida. Who took the body to Florida? You just asked me this question. Yeah. They're not accepting the truth. Well, I'm confused. Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she's like stupid. But there is no thing, there is no evidence of her having the bodies there. Wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase wasn't evidence. That's not evidence of her having the body from her missing time. No.
The suitcase with the body, according to Harlan, was in the van.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Ronnie says.
Or no references.
And then the suitcase was found wrong away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it from 2020. There was no bill. The people did not meet.
And get all my cuts on.
I know I did.
No, they cuts.
There was no bill.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. You're asking me here. So that's not. I mean, it's something that we're really on. I don't know anything about it. I don't know about it.
That's a cut.
So there's stuff that even you don't know.
I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't. I don't know. No. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
I already told you about the border.
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot them,
I already told you about it.
when you shot them, did you know that?
I already told you about it. I don't know if it was like what. I already told you.
You did not.
And I thought it was something.
Yeah, but who was? Did you think it was the devil?
No, we are in the woods, and then straight right and keep you and so you walked out.
Yeah.
So we went on 6 foot.
Yeah. But person in no identity. No, no, no. How did you feel when you realized it was Gannon?
I told you I did not know it was, I know that I recognized it. And I told you I did not have emotion to know about it.
I don't
know what it is, but sure, pain.
know. I think that you do that.
I don't have patience.
One of the feelings that I wanted to get explained.
I don't have feelings about that.
I didn't say nothing.
I'm sorry that it happened for LETECIA.
Well,
Because of your hair. And if she's upset, I'm upset.
we definitely should have said, no, we suggested underneath that time could be the song. You do. You acted with it, and you're so good at staring puppets. Every time. But I think that it would feel better when that things happen to LETECIA.
Maybe.
It's a good song, you know. It's a good song. Do you know anyone who knows why they didn't have a father and who helped carry the baby? Do you know anyone who could help you?
No, I didn't have brother. I told you I didn't. I told you I didn't.
Because of these people, but I mean, do you know who, like, who helped carry the baby? You don't.
She already told you that she will take the child of the dog. She already told you. You do not understand. She cannot know who the people are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke?
Look, it's like,
It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke?
what else would make you say that?
That is it. You cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is.
You mean they would kill me?
You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that.
Can you tell me what's in LETECIA Valley? Who did all the research?
She doesn't have family. What is wrong with you people?
Among friends.
Do you think she went around the teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? Do you think it was legal?
And so that's how she got all money.
Do you really think it was legal? Do you want me to sit here and tell you this?
No.
Okay. Okay. She didn't do bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those.
Kind of.
She's definitely not going to tell you.
Yeah.
She's not gonna definitely tell you that. Most other people die. No. That's a part of the peace that you cannot ever know. Because when they happen,
Do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'm saying that
you guys live in a perfect world, and it's
kind of big time.
you live in a perfect world. It's not a game. I don't do games. Games are stupid.
But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind.
Absolutely. When it comes to that part, absolutely. If you answer to what you want to cover, but I would never give you answers. Cannot.
Well, we don't want to know. A lot of we just want to know how. Yeah. Got into these gigs. Yeah. Who was 60? So I was struggling to do all that. So,
What's the because I'm struggling.
so maybe, but
Maria has enough power. You not see me. Can I see the muscles I have?
so you're saying that you could.
I could do anything.
Do you have any other questions about this?
Do you know anybody who could tell us how getting that done?
Whatever this calls out. Again.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back. You don't have a patient has a bad opinion.
No,
You promise.
absolutely.
He had enough in his head. Didn't know it was him. It was someone in the cave. But it's not over the name. If I do it, then that's what it's like. That's why I want to say this. It was in the back end. You won't be in the back.
You say here,
Yes.
what kind
So,
of apartment,
statement.
the kitchen line?
Yes.
How do you get it?
I don't know, but I didn't know here inside.
Uh,
It's her name. It's one of those in it. I was down to
How do you get this on?
started stop doing this. Put the gun service.
You pulled it with a gun and then what?
Put away with the gun service. Service. She's on killer. You put it with the gun.
You dropped it out and it was ever found.
I don't know, but that
Do you know? Was it found?
was probably the picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, because they didn't know that he had the cuts on him, he was out for a month and a half.
Had they noticed when we would, but I hope that they noticed blood on the, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who could have worked that?
Because if you realize that it was coming, and she was screaming, screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, we'll figure it out. It's not real. This didn't really happen. If we just clean it all up, this didn't really happen. She just fixed it, make everything back pretty the way it was, nothing was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, and
And she was trying to take him to the hospital, and Lena was picking up spine to go to the hospital. So Lena was taking the body instead, that's what it's taking. Lena
Lena, is that me?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
Who was making that sound?
I was making this sound. Trying to breathe. It was trying to breathe. They had out because could not breathe.
She was,
They didn't seem to take it off.
so she didn't mean for him to be dead.
No.
Or did you, when you shot the gun, who did
There
you?
was Irish.
And who did you say?
The person came, I was talking.
But you didn't recognize it.
No, it was a really tall and big.
Did you think it was James?
Thought it was someone in the cave. You could have been a monster. Anyone.
Who was the one who kept, case?
James.
James, yeah, but
Did you think it was James?
The big party.
pardon?
Big party.
I still don't understand.
Harvey thought it was James?
What,
Did Harvey come out?
That's the big party was for me.
the baby from,
It's party.
Did Harvey hit him with anything?
Shit, I don't know. So nobody just nobody just forget at all.
But then, with Harvey trying to hurt James?
but he was a little baby.
She's 10. Nobody was trying to.
Her questions might seem odd. You know, I don't know, but, as you were. Would you ever hear?
Wasn't that with her?
Yeah. The reason I'm asking is, it is very, very, very common for someone who extends from all things that LETECIA so, because they can start. Much of their lives, they hear a big fire, sometimes they'll, I think you saw, don't know if he referred to baby, but he was always running an avian trade. But very early on, toward river, trying to hear the whale. And it seems to be some, and I never heard the name hardly. What did
Can we talk?
what?
Can we talk?
You have to ask LETECIA.
People, or you go back to New York City, what,
There's going to be so random.
where did it?
It's going to be so random.
I
No, it's going to be so random.
why would you do that?
You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to tell you that. Yeah, and I'm sure not. We can tell you because she doesn't want me to be painted as a bad boy.
You must have felt the need of it. And indeed, even.
Why did he have the knife?
Sometimes God and I believe in good just like. Do you reckon keep some burdens?
Would it ever like he was gonna hurt me?
No, he would say he's going to hurt my mom. He's going to cause my mother. Even though it's the kind of place for that.
For the night.
And then he's about a month ago, I said, I didn't know for it. It's going to last week. So she didn't want anyone to know about it. She didn't want anyone to know.
Well, it's how good it is that we need else.
I didn't know anything to be as bad as it was not bad. Still, when you see what happened.
I can't, that's
My only is regular.
Thank you.
Spanish part was just to grab a weapon and some. Right.
What is this?
She's never going to do more than him. She'd never harm him.
You're an answer. What is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape. It's the time,
Okay.
so that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah, you want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to turn the TV up? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my questions so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And I don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again, correct?
I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that she entered any scenes. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? We had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. Who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, I can't see them. Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or and either blind or also true other sensation.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well described.
It's fluid.
Literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering. What did you?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I'm not looking. I am not looking for evidence of anything. I'm trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated Gannon, so that she harmed her in any way that I couldn't find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening things, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave that it was neither here nor there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on with her.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she something about what had happened there that is unacceptable psychologically. I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not sure.
The theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder. Okay?
No.
You can't explain,
No,
doctor.
that is
You
not
cannot.
my theory. Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Yes, my theory. Psychiatrically ill, and that she hallucinates, that she's delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
You read the autopsy report? You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've many cases where children have excessive amounts of poisonous things in their food. But there are many different reasons for it.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
Your Director, I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you?
We're gonna rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you, as far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG. That was at that point in time, then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Me relating that to you.
I'm going
What
to
I
object, Your Honor.
heard was that the court refused to
Sustained.
do it. I was told.
Your Honor, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Ms. STAUCH wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. STAUCH being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. STAUCH. Correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Sweeney was thinking.
Had I expressed that to you?
He said expressed, so I think.
Well, then it's hearsay.
Well, can't repeat what Mr. Bellini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying I need by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. STAUCH. Are you aware of that?
I assume that assumption.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm gonna object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it?
No.
In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stout did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any, or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened to him.
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Allow it.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference in ability to consistent way between or you.
If Ms. Stout had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred?
I don't know.
Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stout was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you learn, have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what, 40, yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Or in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we meet and know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're following.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That, what you call it. What you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it, but in some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, that not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of approval that had been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. Not to be aware of it. To be aware of the term dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it, for certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have passed all of them forward and retrieve those and council approach, please. paragraph,
So that's paragraph 2.
right?
Okay, then you're right.
I think it's the way.
So, because I agree that's how they have to do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if however you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges, then sign Roman numeral 1. And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So
No problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
Okay. I'll
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
And email everybody?
yeah, that's fine.
I can approach.
Yep. Let's see, where was it? Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue. Here is the statutory language.
Now I judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that should just be stock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the qualified witness.
Field records and so forth of regurgitation by Ms. Strobel.
Whatever you come up with.
Something together and send it to Grounds.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in. if
Put
they
it in
want.
or out?
If you got good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
I'm fine with it in, I think.
Okay. Just wanted, I think it's a correct legal state or correct statement of the law. So, okay. So take care of those. Then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30. 830. Just making sure. So 8:30, and then we can talk about the jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction, and I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905 or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that, and then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them.
Okay.
And then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it.
I
But
think that's right. Yeah.
if you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Does anybody need to be in the court?